evil blanket fish has awoken.
There we go. So we got everything coming in. We are continuing with 7th Dragon. We've got a couple more. I think they're called sub-events, honestly. But we got a couple more of those in order to get, like, best equipment. We basically need the best weapon for the healer, which I think also gives us the best armor for the knight. And then I'm not sure if I'm going to do the one for the best robe, because it seems like it's really fucking long. But yeah, at most we'll basically be doing those two and then go into the final dungeon. Let's start off and go ahead and bring up the wiki so I can do this. Alright, so the one that we need to do for the healing weapon and the knight armor is the people of Ruche. So we need to complete the quest heading towards armor's completion. Which is in the mining camp. Speak to Bernard. So, who is Bernard? Sorry, but I can't do any work right now. My teacher offered up his own life to fight the dragons. Why couldn't I do the same? He was allowed to. Good day. I need my armor fixed. Sorry, we're not accepting work right now. That's too bad. How long will things be this way? Hey, wait. Don't go to battle in broken armor. It's dangerous. Hey, I'll repair it. I don't want anyone else to die today. Can I ask you something? This armor isn't mine. I am here on someone else's behalf. I want you to take him on as apprentice. Please consider it. Need his weathered hide, 4 of them. Oh damn it! There's nowhere to accept the quest in here. Looks like you took the quest. That's a relief. What's needed is weathered hide. 4 of them. Please consider. Hey, Kaz, how you doing? Then apparently weathered hide is from mammoths on the Tower of Gods. Need to get 4 of them. Actually, you know, this probably would have been faster if I had just gone north and wrapped around the world. Actually, I'm not sure if mammoths are around the dungeon or actually in it. Let's find out. Hey, Wabon, how you doing? Okay, looks like they're inside. It said something to the effect of defeat them with lightning to get it, so I don't know if that's a requirement or if it just helps. You can get one out of that. Okay, no. Just have to kill him, doesn't matter with what. We need 3 more of those. It's not going to give me the enemies I need, is it? Seriously, you're just really not even going to give me the enemies I need the drops from. Like, it gave me one drop just to know that this is where I get them, and then it's not even giving me the enemies anymore.
Everybody!
Hey, Ragnar, how you doing? 2, I'm halfway there. Damn it, no drop. We're still on 2 out of 4. I wonder if they actually do, like, modify the encounters when they know that you're on a quest and you need certain drops from certain enemies. Like, does it have a thing on there where it's like, oh, this quest is enabled, they're looking for this, make its spawn rate lower? Since, you know, as we've discussed many times, this is the era of JRPGs where they would do a lot of stuff to lengthen out a game. And I feel that would be a really shitty and also sneaky way to lengthen a game, is just anytime you know they're looking for something specific, make it spawn less. Hey Nami, how you doing? Kind of bringing that up for 2 reasons. A, because, you know, small chance it might be true. But also, I've noticed that whenever it comes down to stuff like this, where RNG is involved and I'm looking for drops and stuff, it feels like the more that I complain about it, the faster it gets done. I'm sure that's just coincidence, but I'm willing to try anything. Because it just kind of feels to me that whenever I start ranting about how bad my RNG is and how much it sucks and how much I hate these decisions in video games, right around the time I start getting at the most heated part of my rant, I get the actual things I'm looking for. definitely not happening here, because it's still not even giving me the... Not only is it not giving me the drops when I get the enemy, it's not even giving me the enemies that I need to have a chance at the drop. Alright, there's one of them. And nothing. This is starting to make me consider if I actually need the best weapon for my healer. Except that unfortunately, this series of events is not only the best weapon for the healer, it's also the best armor for the knight. Makes it harder to say fuck it and just go to the last dungeon without it. Okay, that's 3. We need 1 more. Come on, tell me I'm done. Oh, not. Of course I'm not done. Why would it give me 2 in a row like that? That was just stupid of me to expect it to actually drop there. See, now what it's doing is it's taunting me. Now it's gonna just keep giving me the enemy I need and not give me the drop. Alright, good. There we go. I see, there you go. If I just complain enough, it finishes for me. See, RNG just can't help but make me eat my words. So as long as I get pissed off enough and say how it's not going to happen, it'll happen. Little does RNG know, I don't care if I'm proven wrong if I get what I want. Thanks for helping out. Thank you, I left some goods at the office. This is the home stretch. Time to make that armor. So we need to go back and complete this. And what do we do after? I think if I saw right, this was a short one. Okay, so I do that quest. Return to Melrite and observe a pushing competition. Leave, return, come back to witness a flashback. And then after defeating Takahaya, which we've already done, talk to him to get another flashback, and should be it. Unless it's just incomplete, but it doesn't say anything about that. It does seem a little suspiciously short. Hey, what the heck? What's with the armor? This is my own work. Rather than repair it, I reforged it. What? That armor was junk. Past repairing. You needed a new set. And I think you'll grow to appreciate it. I guarantee it. You gotta be kidding me. I could care less about your new experiment. Fix my dang armor. No way. I'm not giving you that junk. You need my armor. That junk saved my life a bunch of times. Yeah, that's what armor is for. Taking a fall instead of you. Scrap it and start again. What are you saying? That's an honored gift from my comrades. So what? This technique is the same as my teacher's. Belittle it and you're belittling him. I won't stand for that. Calm down, Jake. Don't be a hothead. This chump just messed up my armor. I said calm down. Blacksmith, I know you have your pride. However, this guy is stubborn as all hell. Help me out here. Well, that's... just this once. Think it over. See you later. Hey, I didn't agree to this. I gotta ask him first. Oh, shut up. We should go. That's our cue to go sleep at the inn. I'm curious how many, if any, of these characters are going to show up in the fourth game. If I accept this man as apprentice, I'm a teacher. How can I teach the craft when my own work is still merely copying? One's own style? Important to be sure, but it isn't everything, particularly for the Rouge. What are you saying? When you pick up a hammer, where's your head? Take pride in your work. Own style, the Rouge spirit, reason he's angry. Yeah, because from the promotional material, it said that in the fourth game they would eventually be traveling to this time period and the Atlantean time period, which wasn't covered by any of the Atlantean time period wasn't covered by any of the games. It was mentioned in 2022 that that's where the kitty cat race, the Lucier, came from. And then at the end of 2022, they essentially, brought them back. And now, 800 and some years later, they're, thriving as one of the races on the planet. Why did it not go to the next? After defeating Takahaya, talk to Bernard to get another guy in flashback. We already defeated Takahaya. They said that even in 2022 that was the race of Atlantis was, this cat race, and that they were the first ones that fought off the dragons and got destroyed in the process. I have a feeling maybe there was supposed to be another game covering that, but they didn't have the time or the money, so they just went to Code VFD to finish everything off, and they just decided to cover it there. That's probably where the time travel came in. Could satisfy him. What on earth? Hey, Bernard, let me give you this. This is your hammer. Yeah, this is my soul. A hammer. Don't forget about it. Don't disappoint me. Teacher? Teacher, is that what he was trying to say? Anyhow, it's back to work from now on. Tell me what you need. Please, Mr. Jake, this is your armor. This new armor is your answer? Yes. Fine, whatever. Who else can I find? I can't wait that long. Wait. It's very good. You should look too. Huh? The material of this armor is your old armor. I carefully process and reinforce it to revive it in a new form. This is my answer. The reason you were angry, it wasn't a reflection on my mere workmanship. With everything going on, I failed to reflect properly on your spirit in my work. Rouge spirit. Carry on forever, soul after soul after soul. Is that correct? Yeah, I admit it. I wanted it to reflect the guy I got it from. Anything and everything about his spirit it could. You're Bernard, right? Thank you. I want to use this. Really? Yeah, hand it over. I'll be back again, too. Thank you so much. He's happy to trust the old man, and you're his true successor. Jealous. I didn't inherit anything. What a joke. I thought you were a foreigner, but you're more Ruche than I am. Last, he finally acknowledged me. I knew I was right. My teacher helped me to realize all this. What a great man. Even so, Jake seemed a little weird then. I should go check on him. Where would I go if my feelings were hurt? That's a good question, and I have a feeling that unfortunately my fear was correct. The listing for the steps on this series of events is incomplete because it doesn't list anything after them. Which really sucks because so far this was the only place I'd found that was like complete as far as all these quests and stuff. I'm gonna take a guess. Okay, good. And you know, Ruche don't bother digging out tombs. Say people are inherited, so we don't feel the need. But from a death like this, it's hard to see what we inherited. Everyone tells me that I'm the king, but will I succeed? Am I fit to inherit anything? My old man, what do you guys think he wanted? I don't understand. Why not fight instead of dying in vain? You guys don't get it either? Bad. Usually dying is no sweat, you just carry on. Someone always has the right soul, the right spirit to do it. My old man, follow that. Who can fill his shoes? There's no one who can succeed him. The dynasty is dead. Toss it all on to me. A nation to save, a world. Say something, Father. I needed you here to fight beside me. Instead, you let Pleroma burn you like gunpowder. Shut your mouth. He's saying. Died without a fight, left nothing behind? What are you saying? Is that how all of this seems to you? They left you the only thing they had left, the torch they carried. Not just to you, but to the people in this world fighting with us. Sierra, you. Don't stop, Jake. Don't let anxiety keep you out of the fight. Or do you want to mope over succession so I have to take up your blade? You guys also carry the heavy burden of fighting for the dead? Think I get it. I can't pass off this burden to you and rest easier. Why they died was to bring down that cursed dragon. Their lives are best honored by carrying on the fight. That's my duty. Listen up. As you all know, many gave their lives to the Soul Cannon, our king. Was it the right thing? What do we do now? Do we have a plan? Honestly, even now, all that is beyond me. What I do know is that there's no time for us to stop and mope about it. Take up their swords and end this fight. That was their dying wish, our inheritance, the spirit of the Ruche. To fulfill that wish, I will become king, leader of the Ruche. So come with me, King Jacob, leader of the Ruche forces. One more thing. To destroy the dragons, Omega-3 needs our unconditional support. All Ruche inherit the spirit of our kings. It is our sword and shield. All Ruche inherit the pride of our warriors, and I swear on that. Bear that pride in your heart. On to victory. Okay. So they left out one step. But luckily there was a place nearby that I discovered that didn't seem to be for anything, so I took a gamble. That was where I needed to go next. Ferris, you saw me like that before. I've manned up now. Going to continue on as the new Ruche king. We suffered a lot, so we rebuild fast and crush those damn lizards. Nevin Place and the Ruche are going to give you all the help we can. Alright, there was something I wanted you to have. Here, take it. It was the Last King's. Surprised it's a hammer? It made it scarier than any sword. Usually each king passes this on to his successor, but I like my sword. Besides, you're the king's successor too. The throne is my weapon these days. Let this be yours. Get some use out of it. Give him a pounding. $170 attack, 50 life, 15 power. And we're also supposed to get the best armor for knights and fighters. I'm gonna guess we have to go talk to Bernard to get that. Not dwarves, they're kitties. Actually, his father did look slightly dwarf-like. Like, he still had the cat ears, but he had, like, the long beard and, like, the braids. You know, very, very much like a Tolkien dwarf. So now that I think about it, the previous king could have been very dwarf-like. He was also, you know, kinda square-shaped. Helping with that armor before. Mr. Jake really be the new Ruche king? To forge the king's armor is a great honor. Even I can see that. Now on, so as to not shame Guyon, I'll continue training. Oh, right. After Mr. Jake accepted my work himself, I had a new idea about building off old stuff. I had to make it at once. Pay for the materials, I do have to charge you for it, but buy it for 30,000? I got that much. Pretty sharp work if I do say so myself. Even teacher might agree. So his defense goes up by 7, reduces all damage by 5%, and his attack goes down by 5? I mean, he is the tank. Defense more important. Alright. The only other one would be for another robe, which would be a big jump in defense, but it's also a really long series of events. So I think I'm gonna try my luck just going in with what I've got now. Because everybody's got their best weapon, and my frontliners have the best armor they can get. It's just my backliners that don't. And honestly, only one of them would be able to put on the best armor anyway. Alright, to the final dungeon. Cannot be defeated by the power of human beings. Yep. Now we get to see how long the final dungeon is. Yep, this is the final dungeon. Thing had delicate ore inside of it? Oh, crap, I don't have any... I thought I still had some, but I guess I don't. I don't have anything to replenish mana. So we're gonna have to go out back to town. Cleared the first floor. Yeah, I definitely need to get my inventory into shape. What's what? Oh, I didn't see what it was. Where would they have... I'm trying to remember what town would be the closest one that's selling the stuff I'm gonna need to buy. Oh, that's probably one of the bosses from No More Heroes. Yeah, there was a lot of waifus added from the 3 No More Heroes games. Which reminds me, there was one of them. There was one of them that I needed to replace because it wasn't actually a transparent picture. I keep forgetting to go back and do that. Well, I mean, easier fix would just be to look if there's another one online that's actually transparent, but either way, it's more so that I keep forgetting than anything why it hasn't been done. because that was the only one that was too far away to jump in. Damn it. Alright, now it looks like we've got a mini-boss. Let's see who it is. Wyvern X. I don't have anything that gets rid of Seal. At least not a spell. Ugh. Damn, I've really only got 2 things that will recover all conditions. This isn't that tough a fight that I really need to do that. I guess that concludes the first floor. Now without a map again. Kinda looks like we're just going up against all the dragons we fought before, just with an X at the end of their name. Honestly, no, the music hasn't been getting to me. But honestly, I'm not really, in my head, I'm not really hearing this battle music. I'm hearing the more remixed versions of these musics from the second and third game, if that makes any sense. Because a lot of the music in this game is also present in the second and third game. It's just over time they added more tracks. But yeah, I'm definitely, when I'm hearing this, I'm more thinking about the versions that's in the later games that I do like a bit better. Yeah, and that was definitely something they did with this series. Rather than just come up with a whole new set of tracks, they kind of kept and remixed the ones that they had from before, and then added more with each successive game. So by the time you get to like the third game, there's like 5 or 6 tracks for when you're fighting the dragons like these. There's like 3 or 4 battle tracks for normal battles. Like, I want to say close to 10 for bosses. And I'm wondering if that's going to keep true in VFD when I get to it, if it's going to have a lot of the same ones from before and then more added in. You know, I never bothered to look it up, but it has always been kind of in the back of my head, because I have seen a lot of people playing Neo The World Ends With You, and I always wondered, were all those songs made for that game, or was it a licensed soundtrack? Yeah, because obviously they're using bands to make the song, but it's just one of those things. Is like, did they pay for all those bands to make songs for the game, or did they just like, you know, come up with a list of these are the songs I like, put them in the game? Yeah, I was gonna say, I know they're real artists. It's just I don't know if they paid them specifically for the game, or if they took existing songs they had made and put them in, or maybe a mix of both. And I never bothered to like actually look it up to find the answer. We are starting to run on empty. See how much more I could push forward, but we're probably gonna have to leave soon to refill. Actually, we may have to refill right after this fight. Well, if that's the case, we might as well use up our EX gauges. Okay, that's good. We got the second floor map. Let's get out of here. Although they're using a very loose interpretation of floor, considering I'm going upstairs 3 or 4 times per floor. Probably could have saved a little bit of mana if I had just waited for this one to jump in the previous fight. I wouldn't have to recast the buffs. Yeah. Pretty much. Like, I don't know if you've heard it yet, but there's that joke that's kind of going around of, like, the Texans ending up in hell, and the devil doesn't know why, you know, they don't seem to be bothered by it. And they're like, you know, this ain't any hotter than our summers. Like, so he goes, he turns the temperature up in hell even higher, and he goes back expecting to see them all being tortured, and they're having a barbecue. So he's like, all right, fine. So the heat doesn't do anything. He turns it all off, you know, down to negative, you know, down to absolute zero. Goes back. They're all freezing, but they're happy and they're celebrating. And he goes, he's like, even in the cold, you're still celebrating. He was like, hell froze over. The Cowboys won a Super Bowl. Yeah, that joke's been circulating, you know, with the temperatures we have now. The hell? Okay, the enemies are all off the map. Unless I'm supposed to just get into a random battle. Yeah, that's what I'm supposed to do. Alright, and we wait. The buff while I'm here. God damn it. I want to get Flame Veil on him before the thing shows up, but I guess... Well... No, because even if there's more than one enemy, if they all attack him, they'll die. There we go, now it's only one turn. Concentrate instead. Dragonfish X. I guess it's too big to have two of them on the screen, because otherwise that one all the way on the left over here should have jumped in. The timer was already up. It should have jumped in, but I guess it can't fit. Not paying attention to my mana. Now I have to use an EX not to waste that concentrate that I paid for. So are all the encounters in this room just one bluegrass nymph? Is it programmed that way to make it easier to pull in these dragons that are off the path? The stairs appeared after the second one, but I was kind of curious if anything would happen if I killed them all, but I guess not. It's actually not bad timing, just got to a save and heal spot. So yeah, let me go on break. I'll be back in 5, and then we'll see what kind of mini-boss or boss is after this. got it back. You can feel a draft blowing from somewhere nearby. Shortcuts. Okay, so after we beat this boss, we can go restock with the shortcut. Oh, it wasn't a boss. Oh, fuck it, let's go restock then. can't remember if the original version of this is weak to fire. No, definitely not. Third floor map. I wonder how many floors there are. They all seem to be about 3 actual, like, floors from going upstairs. Which is why it's weird that they call them floors and not areas. accidentally put my mage in front. Okay, yeah, that is permanent. Yeah, the dragon should have jumped in. I was actually kind of hoping for it. That's helpful. That was a really shitty random encounter. about to say, I'm not out, am I? I've got 3 left. Anything? Nope, nothing up here either. Guess there's no chests on this section. Heal him. That has an insta-kill attached to it? I mean, granted, it's a low percent because I've been hit by it a lot and I never knew it had an insta-kill attached to it. Still kind of shitty, though. Yeah, I'll use one more on my healer. You can take the full 30, I think. I didn't even realize I was going to have to kill them all to get the stairs to show up. For some reason, I seem to remember this guy absolutely murdering himself off the flame veil. Everybody has instant kills now. I misjudged where it was those stairs appeared. I thought it was next to the him. Okay, so this final dungeon is very standard for the series. Because in 2020 and 2022, both times the final dungeon was like Tokyo Tower. And that took you up to like stuff like this, like structures in the atmosphere. And this one's called the Crimson Tower, and it's taking up the structures in the atmosphere, so this is pretty much a standard final dungeon for this series. That's a new dragon, though. That's not an old dragon with an X at the end of its name, unless it's from one of the optional dungeons I didn't do, which is possible. I guess it is Angler Dragon X, so that kind of assumes that it was from that there was a non-X version before, so it's probably from one of the optional dungeons I didn't do. The dragon counter is down to 166. We've beaten 500. This will be the 501st. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and sacrifice one. Since everybody's poisoned. Will you fucking stop that? Okay. Came in from here. Up or right? Why are you always getting poisoned, Wabon? Like, it's Wabon and Josie almost every time. And even when Josie resists it, Wabon still gets poisoned. Oh, now this time it was only Josie. I can't yell at him. He's back there sleeping. Looks too adorable. Yeah, that one in the middle charms. Nothing will kill my party faster than my party. Eagle Sniper? What the hell is that? Oh, we're still getting weapons, but none of them for the characters I use. Got the map at least. Hand out some mana during this fight. If someone handed you bare meatballs, or handed you something and called it bare meatballs, how likely are you to... I don't even want to say eat it, because I know it kind of sounds like it's supposed to be a food item, but are you even taking that? Left bloom regulator. I'm out of bloom regulators. Yeah, I wasn't kidding. The second half of Yggdra Union is mean. Like, it's like, obviously there's very specific ways to get around a lot of it, but it's gonna feel like bullshit when you first encounter a lot of it. And that's the thing, though, like, it's kind of... It's gonna be hard. But I fucked up a lot on my playthrough. No, and that's what I'm saying, like, like, you don't need a perfect playthrough. I managed to beat the game, and I fucked up a lot. But because I fucked up, it also, like, you can tell, it hurts. Like, there were definite maps on there where I struggled, and I was like, all my guys are getting low on morale, I have nothing to heal them with, and it's just like, you push through, eventually you do get something that you can finally heal them with, and that's why I said you kinda, when you fuck up, you have to be more careful. And that's why towards the end of the game, I was treating my unions like I'm playing chess against a grandmaster. I was sitting there, setting everybody up, looking at it like, okay, so this is going to be the first fight is these two, this is going to be the second fight, these two, this is gonna be... I was like going through it, because I looked it up, and it's somehow where it's like, depending on what type of union, if it's a cross or an X, like, there's a rule so you can figure out what order the enemies and the allies are going to be faced up against each other. So I was setting it up like chess, where I was like, okay, I need to make sure all of these are in my favor, because I don't have a lot of room for leeway anymore because I fucked up a lot. That kind of does happen. It's not don't use him because the other characters become shit. It's because you're gonna max him out. Like, the way Yggdra Union works with the stats is like you see all the stars, and essentially the big stars matter. The little stars are just a way to get closer to another big star. And the more big stars you have, the less little stars you need to get to the next big star, since there's like 10 total. So, you know, if you have one big star, you need 9 little stars to get your second big star. If you have 7 big stars, you need 3 little stars to get to your next big star. Because the big stars are the ones that are actual multipliers. And just through leveling, and because he's constantly going to be getting MVP, he's going to max out all his stats. Which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but at that point, you kind of do need to try to get stats for your other characters. because it's not so much, oh, he's OP, don't use him, so much as getting him MVP after you max him out is just a waste. It's definitely got a lot of very weird, convoluted mechanics, but that's the entire Department Heaven series. Riviera had weird mechanics, even though that's probably the easiest one to understand. This one had weird. There were definitely a lot of weird mechanics in Gungnir, although that one's a more standard, you know, grid-based, turn-based game. And then Knights in the Might Nightmare, I don't even want to attempt. That's the thing, I think you're getting hung up too much on the perfect playthrough. You don't need a perfect playthrough to beat these games. And a matter of fact, if you get a perfect playthrough where you get every item and every character and all that stuff, well, not in Yggdra Union, but in Riviera and Gungnir, you're probably gonna breeze through them, and it's not gonna be very fun. Yeah, Riviera, you definitely don't need a perfect playthrough to get through that. If you get a perfect playthrough, it's going to be insanely easy. Yeah, Gungnir is the one that's closest to a normal turn-based tactics game. At least from the looks, but it still has its own weird mechanics with the way that you team your characters up. It's probably the most normal, though, I'd say. Gloria Union, I think, was a mobile game? Because there's Yggdra Union, Blaze Union, and Gloria Union. Blazely Union and Gloria Union we never got. I think all of them have the same battle system as Yggdra. Yeah, the only thing I'd say is don't let the FAQs and the guides and everything make you feel bad. You definitely don't need a perfect, I got everything and made no mistakes run through to beat the game. It's just, you're gonna be at a little more of a disadvantage later, and you're gonna have to be a little more careful. And honestly, I mean, if you're getting to the end of a tactics game and you don't actually have to plan out your strategy, then it's probably got balancing issues. That's basically all I'm saying, is that when you start getting to the end of Yggdra Union, shit's gonna start happening where you are going to have to, you're gonna have to be careful with your moves. If you're not careful with your moves, it's gonna hurt. And trust me, if you go back and look at my VODs when I was playing Yggdra Union, I was cursing up a storm all over the place. But I beat it despite all my fuck-ups, and like I said, all it took was just being strategic. Like, once you know how unions and the matchups work, you just have to plan so that you get big unions where they're at least 75% in your favor. And even if you level up even if you level up the wrong cards, I mean, you're still leveling up cards. They're still gonna have really high attack power if you use them. The only way to really fuck up is if you're constantly switching out your cards and they all remain weak. But you're not doing that. I mean, you even looked up which cards were good at the beginning. I didn't look that up until I was probably about halfway through the game, and and then realized that half of the cards I was leveling were bad. So I had to play catch up on the actual ones that were good. But even then, I mean, there are going to be a couple of battles that, you know, to compare it to Final Fantasy Tactics, there's going to be a couple of battles that feel like that one-on-one with Ramza and Y-Graph, where you're going to have to, like, kind of cheese it. If you played it on Game Boy Advance, I mean, you'd probably have to look hard for it, but I think there were guides. Yeah. I mean, that's up to you. I mean, I'm certainly not gonna be bothered if you quit playing Age of Union, because that just means you get the Chained Echoes faster, and I want to see you play that. Not to mention Phantasy Star 4, which I redeemed. It means you get to that faster too. So it's not like me trying to convince you to play the game is necessarily not necessarily my #1 interest. Like, me watching you play the game, I think I literally said this when I rated you the other day, was that, you know, I feel like this is why Nami had me play it, was to see you rage at all the stuff that I raged at. I mean, like I said, I still got through it. Doesn't mean it wasn't frustrating as hell. Oh, that sucks. Well, I mean, if you really do want to play it and you can't get a hold of that guy, you could always just subscribe to the Xbox Game Pass for PC for a month. That's where I played it from. I'm eventually going to buy a copy of it because I really liked it, but, I mean, I played it off Game Pass. Like, $10 US for a month. I think it is. I'd have to double check, but I'm pretty sure it still is. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to go back to restock. We are completely running low. And if we're gonna do that, no reason not to go all out. Like, the other one that's on there that I'm tempted to pick up another month to play it is Fuga 2. And again, that's another one that I'd leave on my Steam wish list and pick up a copy when it goes on sale, because that's another one that I would kind of feel a little bad about playing it on Game Pass, but I am poor streamer. Alright. Yeah, we need to leave and restock. Is Sea of Stars, like, have they said anything about if they're gonna have DLC or anything like that? Because obviously I'm not going to play it day one, because I want to make sure that it actually functions on everything. But if it's going to have any kind of DLC or updates later, I'd also want to wait for those. So this is where I left off. That's a new one. That the one in the center? I mean, that kind of makes sense. Those games were a long time ago. That's like the same thing how I was like when people were like about Soul Hackers 2 and like, oh, it's not connected to the first Soul Hackers. It's like, that game was 25 years ago. Do you know how few people played the first one? Oh, shortcut. Where is it? Also, how can we have... I mean, I'm not gonna get mad at it, but kind of weird that there's a shortcut from being out in orbit to back to the tower. I mean, if it's using the same D&D lore, then technically it's always going to be connected at least a little bit. What the hell is this shortcut? I feel like that's a one-way shortcut. Yeah, that's why I was comparing it to Soul Hackers 1 and 2. There was a 25-year gap between the games. Like, the chance that people who have played the first one, you know, are gonna play the second, or chance that anybody who's interested in the second will have played the first is pretty low. It doesn't make sense to make them connected in any way more than like small references or Easter eggs. No, I get your point. The fact that the game is so good that people were bitching about that before and now they're not. But it's just the fact that I'm just pointing out the fact that that wasn't a very good criticism in the first place because of, you know, the position of the games. I don't know, why does Final Fantasy use the name on games that aren't even Final Fantasy? Marketing. Yeah, like Kaz said. I mean, the thing, like, this game was poising itself to be almost like an entry point for new people into the CRPG genre. But yes, they are naming it Baldur's Gate 3 for those, you know, niche of people who have played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 to be their cheerleaders. But they can't actually make it substantially connected to those games because a lot of people aren't going to go back and play them just to play the third one because, I mean, they're pretty dated. It's, you know, that would likely kill off a lot of the people who are willing to jump in with this game. If you jump in with this game and suddenly everybody's telling you, oh, you're not going to understand this part if you haven't played the first two games. And then they go back to play the first two games and they're, like I said, they're by the standards of Baldur's Gate 3 today, they're old and they're dated. So telling someone, hey, you're not going to understand this because this is connected to something that happened in this previous game, you need to go play the previous game, and then they go play the previous game and they're like, I don't want to fucking play this, I want to play the new one, you're going to drive people away. So it's a good idea. Yeah, but all those are settings. Isn't Baldur's Gate another setting of D&D? And that's why they're using it? Like, Planescape specifically takes place in the Outer Planes. Neverwinter Nights takes place in a specific portion of the Forgotten Realms setting. Like, all of those are specific settings within D&D. I haven't played it, so I can't say if that's if it's true or not, but I assume with Baldur's Gate 3, they're using pretty much the same setting as the original games, even if they're not connected. No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, that's a D&D thing. D&D has settings. Like, if you're playing tabletop and you're playing D&D, you're constantly buying, you know, books and adventures that are on those settings. So if it's taking place in Baldur's Gate, they're calling it Baldur's Gate 3 because it's the third game in that setting. Like, that's kind of the business model for D&D. Is it's very centered around different settings. Like, there's whole pantheons of gods for those settings, different classes that are only tied to certain settings, different races that are only tied to certain settings. Like, the setting of the campaign is a huge deal in knowing what is available to you. So, if it takes place in Baldur's Gate, it's called Baldur's Gate. That's the setting. Like, the other thing that they could have done, which is a pet peeve of mine, is they could have just completely rebooted and just called it Baldur's Gate without a number at the end of it. But I personally hate that because then it always brings confusion as to whether you're talking about the old one or the new one. What the fuck? Alright. So that 4-dragon ambush is taken care of. The hell is the map to this place? Alright, looks like there's just more of those 4 dragon that are all going to come at you at once throughout this level. So is this the boss gauntlet before we get to the final boss? It looks like they're throwing one of every dragon throughout the game. What the fuck? That's a 10 dragon fight. I'm definitely going back to save before doing that. Kind of curious now, are those 10 dragons guarding the way the next stairs up? Or are they guarding, like, a treasure trove or something? Probably guarding the way up. There's a chance the stairs will be here, but if anything, they would have been there if not for this. Yep, they're blocking the way up. Alright, let's get this shit show on the road. Actually, I don't think they can jump in. I don't know if all of them are the same as this one, but I think this one's too big for any other dragon to jump in. I think it's just going to be 10 fights in a... If they're all this guy, it's just going to be 10 fights in a row, because they're all going to rush me. But it's not going to be 10 fights in the same fight. Oh, not even that. They're not even rushing me. They're literally just standing there. And they're not... Okay, so they're not all the same. So there is a chance they could jump in depending on which one I'm fighting. Okay, this isn't nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. set of dragons. So I can only assume that after this is the boss. So let's go ahead and go overtime. We'll finish this today. But if there's nothing left besides the boss, I need to go back and hit up an inn to get my EX gauges back. Let's see if this is one way or not. Okay, fine, yeah. This works. So, if the final boss counts as one, which it should, that means that there's 128 dragons that I missed out on these other dungeons. Alright, so let's do a boss attempt and see if this is doable. I've got all the best equipment save for one robe that would probably go on my mage. So it's basically a matter of levels now. Which is the levels that I may or may not have gotten from doing all those other dungeons. Also, why is there showing dragons left in this one? I cleared that one out. That was where Hayes was. Unless some quest is available where there's a dragon in there now, too. Why won't you land? Just in case. Alright. Go fight the boss. Oh, little humans, did you really expect me to not wake up? How unfortunate for you. The wound those leftovers dealt to me has healed. Did you take too long climbing all this way up, or is it just awful luck? Where is Hayes, anyway? Surely he can help fill in the gaps for me. Yeah, he's a sword right now. We're gonna stab you with him. Curses. I can smell Hayes' blood all over you. Hypnos, you vex me. Very well then. This makes exterminating you all the more satisfying. You sowed your seeds on this star long ago. Many species were born in many civilizations. You've grown up well. You deserve some credit for your accomplishments. A civilization like this, feistier than the rest. You will be delicious. Do you see them, friends? Our little human seedlings cover the whole world. But not for much longer. It's intriguing how very different you are from us. Joy, sorrow, hate, anger, desire, pleasure, jealousy, resentment, pain, fear, and of course despair. All delicious, the finest spices. Tremble helplessly or steel your resolve, humans. Either way is futile. Either way you will all suffer and perish from Eden.
In a lot of ways, humans are different from the people of Hypnos in mind and heart. It makes them strong. Thoris, Takahaya, and now Omega-3. I have come to believe in the power of humanity. Our opponents are totally unlike us. They're advanced but capricious, unstable. It'll take a miracle to beat dragons, but that's what I'm expecting from them. This won't be a repeat of last time, Niara. Princess, if the dragons are frightening people, then I must sing. Sing to give courage. Niara, you cannot do as you like with our world.
How am I supposed to carry on with all of you gone? All I have left to me are these tears of gratitude.
Stop babbling. The enemy faces you. You can't worry about what lies behind.
Yeah, I get it. I'll win this fight so my kids and grandkids can tell the story.
I'm certain they will return. It seems we must defend our people from the dragons. Whether or not we can win, we will take up our swords. My heart will be with you, praying for your safety. Countless dragons are coming from Crimson Tower. This is...
I can't believe it. Quickly, do anything you can to salvage.
Yes, I'll give orders below. Try to halt the damage.
I believe in you, so don't let me down.
Listen up, hunters.
Kazan can't be beaten. No matter how hard it gets, you can't give in. Omega-3 is up there, fighting for us. I want everyone to fight down here for them. I hear them, the screams of humans. How fascinating that you oppose us humans, utterly enthralling. Learn the consequences of defying your makers. For a lot of you, you'll be an appetizer for Eden. Alright, first form. This fucker's got the Kadra. He's just doing nothing but spam Dekaja. He also doesn't have shit for hit points, though. I guess we'll just power through this form. So this is the end point of human civilization. A wretched mass of people wailing helplessly. I'm guessing there's another form after this one, because even this doesn't have that much HP on it. Okay, that's starting to get annoying. Will you stop spamming that shit? just realized, has he been sucking away our MP? Because I know I haven't spent that much. Damn it. That was dumb on me. I had her set to take the status effect off of him, but because I used the EX on him, he went first. Ow. You mere cattle, don't think you've won. No, that sword. Stop, stop! Have I truly been destroyed by humans? Why, I am the great seventh dragon, Niara himself. Same Niara who crushed countless stars across the universe. This is unfathomable. Who could expect this? Humans to beat a dragon. Created as cattle that we might butcher you. For you to defeat us instead is impossible. This cannot be happening. Yeah, that was not as tough as I thought it was going to be. I probably didn't need to do most of those quests for the ultimate equipment. Have they done it? Except for that one attack he did that almost did everybody's max health and damage. I think the only reason 3 of my guys survived it is because we had the barrier up from the knight that drops the damage we take by like 25%. Other than that, I think it would have killed us all.
I'll go see now.
Omega 3 should be back soon. Can you see it, Doris? The wide blue sky, free of dragons. A world filled with so much light. When Nyara vanished, so did the bloom and the dragons. A peaceful world waited, so you traveled around to visit with everyone. They defended our sleeping heroes for 3 years as the story began in earnest.
Welcome back, and well done. I wanted those to be the first words you heard after coming back. I'll always believe in you. You taught me what it means to fight.
Miros had changed. As Queen Emerald commanded, it became a shield for the world. She now leads the nation with Volg and Griff, rather than hiding herself. Aijin Kingdom. Defeating Eclipse brought you the fame needed to bring change. Beat a true dragon is a magnificent feat. That you, from such an uncivilized nation, did this surprises even me. I give you my praise. Aijin will hold a grand gala upon your arrival. Marlier Archipelago. The country for only women. Rumors say it's still closed tight.
This blessed peace, why did I receive the gift of song? So that I might protect my people. But without you, we could not have peace. Truly, thank you.
Marlier lived on, continued to bar men from entry and protect those seeking refuge. People across the world could hear its songs. Nevin Empire. Many lost their lives to the Soul Cannon, but they press on bravely. Alright, you guys are mighty warriors. You're real heroes. Even the old man will be thrilled to see this. Thanks. But I'll keep fighting to protect Nevin, so don't take me lightly. Come back any time. You'd make fine Ruche. After many sacrifices, the Ruche rebuilt under their new king. Next to their eccentric king, the queen seems positively reticent. Emil's knowledge and technological expertise were critical to the victory. Did it, Omega 3. It's finally over, eh? Faro?
My calculations. I did and redid them. I was so worried. But the dragons had no more surprises. It was all okay.
Faro, crying like that is no way to see them off. I'm sure we all had things that kept us going till the end. There's still sorrow and confusion the world over. But it's alright. Surely everyone will stand up and move on. Anyway, you must be ready to go to Kazan. Emil has vanished. The scholars travel the world helping out. Their technology is put to good use rebuilding the world. And then... the homeland of the great president and where our journey began.
You come through so much for our sake. We've all prayed for you. It must have been hard, but you bore it like heroes. So proud. Addis, I'm sorry, but it's freezing here. I miss Marlier. You alright, Queen Cetus? If you were from Nevin, she'd have caught a cold for sure. Welcome back, Omega 3. 3 cheers. Just as I thought, Omega 3's guild is truly top-notch. So excited. Isn't this super? Really totally awesome? I bet I got so excited I bit my tongue.
Back, Omega-3, I'm glad you're safe. It's just wonderful. I'm sure the Master is watching too. We'll keep making the finest goods. He won't be disappointed. Finally did it. You guys are legit. Come party in Nether next. 7 days and 7 nights. Hey Sierra, what's up? Looking for something?
Well done. You guys are real heroes. Thanks to the thousands who gave their lives too. It wasn't in vain. By the way, does Kazan sell some kind of charms for travelers? Jake still thinks I need to work on mine. Where are they?
I don't remember them.
Everyone in Pleroma has been patting me on the head. I'm embarrassed to admit it, but I kinda enjoyed it. Let me pass on some of the acclaim to Omega-3, our heroes.
We're all here. We strove mightily that this day might come. Couldn't give up. Everyone must have worked very hard. When I think about it, I can't help but marvel. People are amazing. On that day, the President decided to form an anti-dragon force. He selected you, and I did not understand. There are many more experienced guilds. You are nothing special. Nonetheless, he picked you. Then came the raid, and his death. After 3 years, it's a bit easier to talk about. The world was racing towards destruction. I stopped by errands many times to check on you. Did you know that? When you woke up, I asked you to prove the President right. To my surprise, you did. You did more than that. You become heroes like the President. No, even greater. However, I still consider you hunters of Kazan first and foremost. The world needs a force to help it rebuild. And even with the dragons vanquished, perilous dangers still persist. Omega-3, you are the world's leading hunter guild. Continue to adventure for the people of Eden. But for now, you've done quite a job. I can allow you a break. With that, I declare your mission fulfilled. The president of Kazan was actually a badass. They had to put his soul into that sword that killed the Niara. So technically, the president is the one who killed the final boss. Thank you, Omega-3. Guild that saved Eden. Even today, odds are they're out on a quest somewhere. Alright. So we've already done the second and third game. That's the first. So all that's left is the fourth one that ties everything together. Oh, you did? It was not nearly as tough as I made preparations for. Because once again, I looked at an FAQ and it was basically like, oh, you need to have all this and be this level, which I had almost all the stuff that they said to have, but I was still 5 levels below what they told me to be. They said to be level 70, I was level 65. And I still pretty much wiped the floor with it with very little difficulty. Although there was one move that looked like if I didn't have my defensive shields up, it probably could have one-shot me. But other than that one move, it wasn't really a danger at any point. Yeah. I was kind of on the fence as to whether or not to do the sub-events to get the ultimate weapons. But once I started doing them, I actually kind of liked them. They had a decent amount of character development for a lot of the side characters in them. If I wasn't kind of in a hurry to get this over with, I might have done the rest of them. But as it is, like I said, as of a couple of days ago, I was kind of getting itchy to get this over with and get to the last game in the series. After I finish Shadow Madness, of course, but it was that the sub events were actually a lot better than I thought they would be. Like I said, it's just the like the actual side quests were kind of crap. But like the bigger overarching like events that lead you to the best equipment in the game actually had some good development for the side characters. But was that really all? So yeah, that is not everything on 7th Dragon, but that's where we're gonna stop.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Honestly, the biggest thing is just the grind. Like everything in this, and like I said, the biggest thing to remember is that I played this game with a mod to lower the encounter rate by 50%. So even as much as I enjoyed this, I still have to point out that it felt very grindy. There were, like, the second and the third game both had about 250-ish of the dragons roaming around the world that you had to kill. This one had 666. There was still like 120 some left over when I finished the game from those optional dungeons that I didn't do. But it had 666 to start with. Like, and the dungeons in the second and third game, they felt better designed in the sense that everything was balanced to the point where you could go in, you could fight until you got to an exit point, you'd leave, you'd restock, you'd go back to the exit point, you'd continue till you get to the next exit point, which was usually the boss fight, you'd leave, come back. Like, everything felt very balanced so that it would go smoothly, whereas this one, there were a lot of points where I'd have to go in, fight 2 or 3 dragons, leave to go completely restock because fighting those 2 or 3 dragons completely wasted all my resources, and then go back in. So it was just a very slow, it was a very slow kind of battle of attrition getting through a lot of dungeons by comparison to the second and third game. The second and third game felt very smooth. And I probably wouldn't have irked me as much had it not been that I played the second and third game first. Had I played this one first and then got to the second game, I definitely would have noticed how much smoother all the gameplay loop went. It's not to say I didn't like the game, but again, I also need to point out 50% encounter rate. I don't know how tedious this would have been without that. That and like I said, the baseline quests were terrible. Because a lot of them were just, fetch quests that didn't do much of anything. The rewards weren't very good. I actually had to look at the list to see which ones actually gave out like a skill or something worth doing. A lot of them were just stuff that you could buy or they'd give you money. They weren't really worth it. And the game had the most annoying middleman system in that you have to talk to the person to find out about the quest, go to the guild to accept the quest, go back and talk to the person so they'd finally tell you what you need to do for the quest, do the quest, turn it into the person so that it can be completed, and then go back to the guild to get your reward. It is like government bureaucracy levels of middleman bullshit. The actual sub-events, which is the longer story-driven things that led to the best equipment in the game, were actually good, even though most of them can't be completed until right before the final dungeon, and most of them don't even start till like the middle of the game. Those were actually good, but the baseline quest system in the game, fucking terrible, and I'm glad that they completely revamped that in the second and third game. The leveling system in this one, like the leveling and skill system in this one, was very different from the second and third game. I prefer the second and third game's version over this one, but that's probably that could go either way depending on the person. This one was, you basically have skill trees. You get a skill point every time you level up, and you go down the trees to get your stuff. Whereas in the second and third game, you start with a list of skills, you gain SP in battles, and you spend it to get those skills. Later in the game, you get more skills added to there that you can then spend SP on. It's not tied to your level, it's just tied to you getting it in battles. So in the event that you ever actually do fight a lot of battles or decide to grind, you're at least learning skills. Even because a lot of the times in this, I ended up grinding trying to get a drop for a quest, but it always ended up being in a place where I wasn't getting any XP. Like, by the time the quest popped up, it would send me back to an earlier place where they weren't giving me shit for XP when I was killing them, and I had to wait for them to get the drops. Versus, like I said, in the second and third game, even if you're in that situation, you're at the very least getting SP that you can then pay to up your skills. All in all, this was an okay game, provided you're using the mod that I did. But yeah, the improvements between this game and the second game are massive. They did. And I kind of knew about that because I played 7th Dragon 2020 first about 2.5 years ago. And when I looked back at this one, I saw how different it was, and I didn't want to play it. Then I played 7th Dragon 2022 fairly recently, and I looked into the last game a little bit, and I saw basically in promo material, so nothing that's, super spoilery, but it was just promo material for the game where they were basically saying that it would tie the previous 3 games together, which is when I begrudgingly decided to play this game to make sure that I wasn't missing anything when I go into the last one, because I do really enjoy the series. So I didn't want to miss out on anything that might be connected to this. And while I didn't enjoy this game as much as the second and third, it's still okay. Hey, Alt, how you doing? Thank you very much for the raid. We're actually finishing up, since I just finished the game that I've been playing. Kind of just giving my thoughts on it before we head out. You were playing Tears of the Kingdom. How many war crimes did you commit against, what the hell? What's that race? 'Cause I remember when it came out, that was the meme, that everybody was committing war crimes against one of the enemy races in that game. I forget which one it was, though. But I don't know. Like I said, yeah, Koroks, that's right. That was the meme when the game first came out, was like committing war crimes against the Koroks. But yeah. Definitely unless the last game really shits the bed, which I don't think it's going to. It's basically taking everything from the second and third game, and then I think it's even streamlining those a little bit more. But this is probably going to be my least favorite game once I'm done with the series. But like I said, not necessarily that it's bad, provided you use the 50% encounter rate mod that I use. I have no clue how irritating it would be without that. But I think this one kind of falls into that territory that a lot of stuff did around the PS2 era, where it's just, it was stuffed so full of content that I don't think they really went through it and made sure that all the content was, which was a big problem back then. That was the age of, 80 hours worth of gameplay right there on the box, and that was a big part of their marketing. I've ranted about that a lot, but it definitely feels like that was the problem in this. Like, I've kind of pointed out just how much stuff there is to do in this, that, like, the side quests that are just kind of pointless. They were like, by the time I finished the game, there were 5 optional dungeons just kind of sitting there that didn't really have any reason to go through. And there's, I mean, unless you want to do the post-game dungeon, which I'm not going to do. I very rarely ever do post-game dungeons anyway. Yeah. And that's what I'm saying. It feels like this game suffered from that, and it feels like when they got to the second game, they realized that that was a problem. Because the second and third games, like I said, the best way I can describe it is they just feel way more streamlined. But I finished it, so any connections that this game has in the final game, I will be able to understand. That was the main point that I did it. Otherwise, I would have skipped it like I originally planned to. I don't regret playing it, but like I said, it's definitely the weakest in the series, which is probably, I mean, it makes sense. It was the first game. The fact that they only get better over time is a good thing. It's just more the fact that it started kind of weak, and the second game was a huge improvement. Anyway, tomorrow we'll be starting the game that Kaz redeemed. It's always one that I pick, one that a viewer picks, which will be Shadow Madness for the PS1. I think I looked it up, and that was like a 30 to 40 hour game, so pretty standard for the early PS1 era. So that's what we'll be playing next. I'm going to be going into it blind. I don't really know anything about it. If I look at FAQs for it, it'll probably be after a day or two of playing. Oh, did he? Yeah, Kaz apparently passed that along from you to me. Oh, will there? Hmm. Yeah, like I said, I know nothing about the game. Most of the time when I play a game, I go at least the first one or two streams before I start looking at FAQs, because a lot of times if you try to look at guides or FAQs without actually playing the game first, you have no idea what the hell they're talking about. You have no context. So, but yeah, we'll be playing that next. And then once we're done with that, we'll finally be playing the last game in the 7th Dragon series, which is Code VFD on the 3DS, which is one of the two games that I accidentally have two copies of. It was Radiant Storia, Perfect Chronology, and Code Dragon 7th Dragon 3 Code VFD. I bought them both digitally on a sale on the 3DS. Forgot that I bought them, and then bought physical copies. And the even funnier thing is that because they're both 3DS games, and there's not really a good way to get video from a 3DS, despite the fact that I have both a digital and physical copy of them, I had to emulate both of them, play them on stream. Yeah. So, like, I've got them right here. But I have both of them on my actual 3DS as a digital copy, and then I also have them here. I've actually got quite a few games on my 3DS, because I picked them all up before I decided to start streaming again. But yeah, and that's kind of the joke on me now, is because I do all my gaming on stream. This is like part of the reason I do streaming anyway, is just so that I can schedule my game time so that I'm not burning myself out by doing too much, or, you know, taking time off so that I can actually get through my backlog. But because of that, you know, in order to stream those games, I have to emulate them. So all those games that I painstakingly tracked down for my 3DS don't really mean much, since I have to emulate them anyway to get them to on stream. I suppose if I were a smarter person, I probably would sell them off, along with a lot of my other a lot of my other game collection that I'm not really gonna I don't really need, because once again, emulation is a thing if I ever decide to go back to them. Yeah. I don't know. I guess it's sentimental value, but it never even enters my head to try to sell off any of my game collection. And that's going all the way back to my Genesis games that I have in a box. But anyway, I've already gone an hour overtime so that I could finish this game, as well as just sitting here rambling on. So I guess let me go ahead and give callouts so I can end. So Ragna, Nami, Kaz, Alt, Wabon. Thank you all for coming in and chatting with me while I play. Thank you, Level 1 Alt, for the raid. And thank you to anybody else who may have been lurking and watching. It's always appreciated. As I said, tomorrow will be continuing, same time, 2 a.m. Central Standard Time. We'll be starting up with Shadow Madness. And as for right now, let me see if I can find someone to raid. Don't hype it up too much. I will be expecting death now. Don't make me don't make me disappointed. Guess let's go ahead and raid Pome. She is playing Final Fantasy II. So, as per usual, let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. So let's go ahead and jump in, say hi. Hope to see you all next time, and until then.
Bye-bye, everybody!